So this vaccine, it actually contains mRNA, which is encapsulated by lipid nanoparticle. So mRNA is present inside a lipid nanoparticle. Why do we need this lipid nanoparticle? Because if we give insert a naked mRNA, if we inject a naked mRNA, what will happen that there are some hostile RNAs is present in the extracellular environment which will digest this. RNases mean RNA digesting enzyme, they will digest it. Secondly, mRNA, we need mRNA inside the cell to function, right? There is no need, there is no use of mRNA outside the cell. It may even trigger immune response against itself, which will render the vaccine useless. So mRNA by itself cannot enter into cell. So this lipid nanoparticle, it will be used as a delivery vehicle, will be used as a delivery vehicle to safely deliver this mRNA inside the cell. It will release the mRNA inside the cell and it will be digested here. So now we got the mRNA. This mRNA vaccine, it actually imitates an actual virus infection. Just like an actual virus, which actual coronavirus, which infects the cell and injects its mRNA inside the cell, it is acting just like that. It is so natural, right? But the difference is that it codes only for S protein. It is not coding for any other pathogenic proteins. So of course it cannot cause the disease, but it can trigger immune response, right? So here is the mRNA. It will use cellular protein synthesizing machinery. So to form what? To form S protein or spike protein of coronavirus. This spike protein will be processed by intracellular proteases, and this after processing the fragments of S protein, they will be presented on MHC1 protein. They will be presented on a special receptors called MHC1. Actually, all nucleated cells have to present or express their cellular proteins on MHC1 receptor. This is to show the immune system that what is going on, what protein is being synthesized inside these cellular factories. Of course, normal cell will present normal cellular proteins on MHC1, and viral infected cell, or in this case vaccine infected cell, will of course present MHC on MHC1, it will present viral proteins or fragments of S protein in this case. Some of these proteins will be presented on MHC1, while most of it will be packed by Golgi apparatus, processed by endoplasmic reticulum, and will be packed by Golgi apparatus. And these S proteins, they will be secreted outside the cell, right? So they will be secreted outside the cell. Now let me tell you something interesting. Billions of cells, billions of cytotoxic cells with millions of different specificities are wandering in your body. They are wandering in plasma and they are trying to find their target. Somehow, a cytotoxic or killer cell, cytotoxic T cell, which may be specific for this S protein, it may come across this S protein randomly and it will bind with its T cell receptor, with its TCR or T cell receptor. It will bind with this MHC1 bound S protein fragment, MHC1 bound antigen, and it will become active. This cytotoxic T cell, it is also called CD8 positive lymphocyte because it is a lymphocyte which expresses CD8 protein, right? So it is cytotoxic T cell. Cyto means cell, toxic means killer. So it is cell killer. We will see what it does. So this cytotoxic T cell will recognize it and will become active, will become happily active. Not only cytotoxic T cells are present here in our body, we also have B cells. So B cells or B lymphocyte, they are not fussy about MHC1. So they can directly recognize the antigen and become active, right? So cytotoxic T cell, which are responsible for cell mediated immune response, and B cell, which are responsible for humoral immune response or antibody mediated immune response. So once they will bind with this antigen, B cell, they will bind with this antigen, they may become activated and they may convert into plasma cell and they will secrete antibodies specific for this S protein, right? Now we also have some macrophages wandering here and there. So these macrophages, they will recognize these foreign proteins. What are these foreign proteins? These S proteins. They will recognize these S proteins and they will engulf these S proteins. And then they will present these S proteins on MHC type 2 receptors, not on MHC1, on MHC2 receptor. MHC1 receptor, here is the MHC1 receptor, and they are they are expressed on all nucleated cells, while MHC2, they are expressed only on professional antigen presenting cell, for example, dendritic cell and macrophages. MHC1, they are involved in expressing endogenous proteins, while MHC2, they are involved in expressing exogenous proteins. What are endogenous proteins? Endogenous proteins are those proteins which are synthesized and processed inside the cell. They are synthesized inside the cell, while exogenous proteins are those which are taken up by macrophages from the extracellular environment. From the extracellular environment, they are engulfed and presented on MHC type 2. So as soon as they will express these antigens, antigenic fragments on MHC type 2, S protein fragments on MHC type 2, once they will express these fragments on MHC type 2,
I thought they are coming. I thought they asked us to play last night. Yeah, they are done copying.
Or visit www.magnificatfarms.com.mg. And also their office is located at Shop 6 9th Street, James Anglican Church Plaza, Uzi, Base Road, Howry, Iowa State. Wow, thank you so much, my friend. I am so happy now. Let me go and contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries now. Contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries today. Your complete fish farm solution. Oh my god, my fishes are dead again, after paying huge amounts of money to buy these fishes and this feed. Hello my friend, why are you so worried? I am not happy my friend, all my fishes are dead again. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I have found a complete fish farm solutions master. Oh really? Yes my friend. Do you want to start a fish farm and business? Contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries for fish farm and training, consulting, all kinds of fish feed for starter and grower, sale of any kind of fish and so on. Wow. How do I contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries? Good question, my friend. You can contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries through 0703132942 or visit www.magnificatfarms.com.mg. And also their office is located at Shop 6 9th Street, James Anglican Church Plaza, Uzi, Base Road, Howry, Iowa State. Wow, thank you so much my friend. I am so happy now. Let me go and contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries now. Contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries today. Your complete fish farm solution. My fishes are dead again. Master. Oh really? Yes my friend. Do you want to start a fish farm and business? Contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries for fish farm and training, consult, all kinds of fish feed for starter and grower, sale of any kind of fish and so on. Wow. How do I contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries? Good question, my friend. You can contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries through 0703132942 or visit www.magnificatfarms.com.mg. And also their office is located at Shop 6 9th Street, James Anglican Church Plaza, Uzi, Base Road, Howry, Iowa State. Wow, thank you so much my friend. I am so happy now. Let me go and contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries now. Contact Magnificat Farms and Fisheries today. Your complete fish farm solution.
What is your system doing? Okay, I want to show that.
Show
Oh
what?
my god, my fishes are dead again, after paying huge amounts of money to buy these fishes in this feed. Hello my friend, why are you so worried? I am not happy my friend, all my fishes are dead again. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I have found a complete fish farm solutions master. Oh really? Yes my friend. Do you want to start a fish farm? Consultant.
panacea for post-COVID-19. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we started this event yesterday with the opening ceremony that was graced by Director, Chief Executive, Federal Polytechnic in Mekede, Engineer Dr. Michael Chidebere Arimama, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow the Academy of Oil and Gas, the number one rector since his institution is the best performing polytechnic in Nigeria. We are talking about Federal Polytechnic in Mekede. Ladies and gentlemen, that deserves a round of applause from us. The occasion yesterday was chaired by the Chief Medical Director, Federal Polytechnic in Mekede, our own dear Dr. Metalbat Berebe. And as a contribution, we have taken off on a good note. We were empowered to continue by the rector giving his consent and authorizing us to proceed with the conference. It was very interesting yesterday. All the presentations we had, the one from one of our very distinguished invitees who joined us from the Zoom connection all the way from the United States of America. The presenters that came physically in this physical prostate center thrilled us. The interactions we had were very wonderful. Today, the second day, the 27th day of January 2021, precisely a Wednesday, we are continuing. And before we proceed, I want us to start with an opening prayer. Let me invite Mrs. Mohammed on to give us the opening prayer. I think I saw her in this hall. If you're here, give us the opening prayer wherever you are, we can hear your voice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please encourage your indulgence as you are still standing for the technical committee to still take up and give us the national anthem.
Stand up, Joe.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the protocol we established will fully adopt and make some additions. To updating the protocol. To observe silence for our departed colleague. May his soul and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. Thank you very much. Please sit down. I want to appreciate and welcome in our midst once more today one of our very distinguished lecturers, a very nice scholar, always available to teach, mentor us, a powerful researcher, a writer of a great difference, a public speaker whose standard is always acknowledged to be, if not at the optimum level, very high level. Welcome, Obasi, Uju, Ogo, you're welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome. I want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ali Ukwe, MD, Chief Executive, Chico Casca, Fellow Federal Polytechnic in Mekele. I think he's in our midst here. You're welcome, sir. We appreciate you. I know you're going to join us today, and we're very eager to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to appreciate the Dean of Industrial and Applied Sciences, Mr. O. Basi. You're welcome, sir. You've been doing marvelously well. Thank you. The chairperson of the organizing committee, Dr. Mrs. Jomimagi, I appreciate you. You're in the house, doing the thing you know how much to do. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge all of us here present, participants, presenters. We all welcome the Polytechnic community, any other distinguished invitee. Welcome. In a short while from now, we will be listening to Mrs. Amaka Okafor, a doctoral researcher from the University College Dublin, Ireland, who will be making a presentation from the Student College. As soon as the technical committee gives us a sign that she's online, we will get to listen to her. The Zoom ID, I'm sure, is being flashed on the screen. You can as well join, as we did yesterday, at the appropriate time, through the chat channel, send your comments, your questions, responses and answers will get to you. By the time we're through listening to Mrs. Amako Kabo, who will invite Dr. Iketi Fukwe to make his own presentation, at the end of which we will have our lunch break, and then we will now go into the technical session. For the meantime, once the signal is on, please let us know when Dr. Iketi Fukwe was finished presenting his paper to us. We welcome Mr. Hori Masi, the Dean of Industrial and Applied Sciences Federal Polytechnic, for his own presentation. If we are ready, please let the connection flow.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm very much happy to be joining you in this conference, all the way from Dublin in Ireland. Though I feel saddened receiving with shock the news of my dear colleague who departed a day before yesterday. May his soul rest in peace. So my talk for today will be focusing on a topic I have titled Responding to the Pandemic and the Future, the Role of Artificial Intelligence Research. Yes, so basically this talk will be focusing on the ongoing research, the research efforts being made by researchers in the field of artificial intelligence in the fight against COVID-19. By March this year, March 11 to be precise, it will be exactly 1 year since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic. And ever since that time, researchers, particularly researchers in the field of artificial intelligence, have been working too hard to explore and use artificial intelligence and other analytic tools to diagnose, predict, and treat this COVID-19, and also to help in managing its socio-economic impact. So my talk today will be focusing on these efforts by researchers in the field of artificial intelligence. But before I go further, just a bit about myself. My name is Amaka Okafor. I'm currently a doctoral researcher at the University College Dublin. As part of my PhD research, I also work as artificial intelligence researcher within the Environmental Protection Agency SmartBug project on Irish peatlands, where I deploy artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things solution for ground-based environmental monitoring to corroborate satellite and remote-based ecological sensing. Before joining the University College for my doctoral research, I obtained an MSc in computer forensics and cybersecurity from the University of Greenwich in London. Currently, I'm a fellow of the Schlumberger Faculty for the Future. I'm also a Google Women Techmaker Fellow. Last year, I was privileged to be named one of the young researchers globally in the field of computer science and mathematics who are conducting impactful research by the Hildeberg Laureate Forum with support from the Norwegian Academy of Science and Letters. I'm very much proud to say that I am an alumna of the great Federal Polytechnic Nekede. and currently also a lecturer in its computer science department. So my talk today, like I had pointed out earlier, will be focusing on the many research efforts by researchers in the field of artificial intelligence in combating the current pandemic. Artificial intelligence, AI. What exactly is AI? I know most of us are familiar with this term, AI, artificial intelligence. So in a layman's term, we can just say that artificial intelligence is all about collecting data about the world and teaching computers to use this data for pattern recognition, explanation, and prediction. So when we talk about AI in our lives, we mean everything from the computer being able to recognize handwritten documents, like in the case of optical character recognition, or a robot being able to perform surgery without human intervention, or even a self-driving car able to maneuver the road. So artificial intelligence is very useful and has been proven very useful in the fight against the current pandemic. It's useful in the diagnosis, prediction, and treatment of COVID-19. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, we have received a lot of data around COVID-19. Every day, anyway, we see data coming in from different countries. Many countries update data. They upload data from data relating to the number of cases they have recorded each day, the number of people who have died, or the number of people who have recovered from the infection. So we get a lot of data, even on the social media, on Twitter. We see government, tweeting a lot of things, a lot of information about COVID. We see information about certain measures taken, and so this data we get a lot of them. What exactly do we do with this data? Because they are very big data, running into terabytes, even beyond what human can handle. What exactly do we do with them? So this is where the power of artificial intelligence comes into play. How does artificial intelligence help in the fight against COVID-19? It helps in early warnings and alerts, tracking and prediction of the spread of the infection, in the provision of a data visualization dashboard, and even in diagnosis and prognosis, and in treatment and in cure for the infection. So in early warning, AI-based models can provide early warnings and alerts on the outbreak of infectious diseases. For instance, there is an AI-based model which was developed by researchers. It's called a Health Map. This AI-based model was developed by researchers in Boston Children's Hospital. It was the first to alert the world about the spread of an infectious disease in December 2019. It did that even before doctors were able to spot the infection. Another artificial intelligence-based model is a Blue Dot. Blue Dots, even before COVID, have been termed legendary because of its ability to quickly spot infectious diseases. It played a huge role at spotting Ebola and even the Zika virus in 2015. This AI model was able to spot COVID-19 earlier before human. It was after these models have spotted COVID-19 and alerted the world about it that doctors who work at the program for monitoring emerging diseases issued an alert on the outbreak of the disease. Again, in tracking and prediction, we have seen AI to perform very wonderfully in tracking and predicting a COVID-19 infection. For instance, an AI-based model based on an artificial neural network, it was designed for tracking the spread of the Zika virus in 2015, and it was published in Nature Research. But during this outbreak of COVID-19, this model have been retrained using COVID-19 data, and it's now used to track the spread of COVID-19 in real time. There is another AI-based model, which was developed in San Francisco by the researchers there. It's called MetaBiota. MetaBiota is actually it's artificial intelligence-based model that is able to forecast the spread of COVID-19 in real time. Again, researchers have also made efforts to evaluate the outcome of certain governmental measures in tracking the spread of infection. For instance, in a recent research I carried out with some other researchers from University of Cambridge and the University of Oxford in London, we developed an AI-based model based on random forest and support vector machines. This AI-based model was able to forecast the outcome of certain governmental measures. We took into consideration many governmental measures, including cancellation of public events, ban on international travel, closure of school, and other governmental measures. Our model was trained using data from multiple sources. We made use of data from the World Bank, data from Google, data from Johns Hopkins University, Center for System Science and Engineering. We used data also from Oxford University, and the British Telecom also supplied some of the data that we use for this research. And the result from this, our research, was able to predict accurately the number of cases and also able to forecast the outcome of certain governmental measures. So these are some of the groundbreaking research that is being done in the field of artificial intelligence in the fight against coronavirus. Again, researchers in the Robert Koch Institute also built an epidemiological SIR model that is currently used to track the spread of COVID-19 SIR model. Like in an SIR model, the population is usually divided into three. Anyway, it was like this. We have the group who are known as the susceptibles. These people are the group of people who are likely to be infected by the disease. The I are the infectives. These people are people who have already caught the disease and can infect others. Then the R are removed. Those people who have caught the infection and have either recovered from it or have died. So these researchers at this institute in Berlin were able to develop this model based on SIR, and the model took into account certain governmental measures too, including lockdowns, quarantines, and social distancing prescriptions. And this model is able to accurately track the spread of infectious diseases. Also, we have AI. Also, researchers also work to implement AI that is able to give visualization of the COVID-19 data. And MIT Technology Review have ranked these visualization tools, AI visualization tools, in order. They include the Upcode, NextRain. There is a visualization dashboard from Johns Hopkins University, their system for the Center for System Science and Engineering. We have a dashboard from World Health Organization. There are other dashboards too, including that from New York Times, Health Map, Microsoft, even Bing AI Tracker. But why all this data visualization dashboard provides a global overview on the COVID-19 data? We have some other countries also building their own data visualization dashboards. For instance, artificial intelligence researcher at the University of Pretoria developed an AI-based data visualization dashboard for South Africa. And now the South Africa make use of this dashboard in visualizing their own COVID-19 data. Currently, the visualization dashboard is being managed by the Data Science for Social Impact Research Group at the University of Pretoria. Again, this particular one is an excerpt I have from the Upcode Data Visualization Dashboard. You can see this visualization dashboard makes it very easy for us to understand the COVID-19 data. So when you look at it, you're able to understand the data. We have a lot of data coming in as per COVID-19, but with good visualization, you are able to look at it and understand what exactly they mean. Like in this visualization dashboard, we see the number of cases, the number of active cases. This is a visualization for Singapore, the number of deceased, the number of people who have recovered from the infection. We can see it in time series too. Actually, from the source where I got it, it's from their website. You see it's an interactive time series, in the sense that when you move your mouse over each bar, you see the number of cases, including the number of active and discharged cases. Again, we see this particular dashboard presenting the data in terms of nationality. Like these people we have here, data we have here are for people who are residing in Singapore within the period of 21st January 2020 to 21st January 2021. So we see in Singapore, within this period, the number of people, the percentage of people who have been infected by this disease is 4.9% from Bangladesh. So actually, those who have been infected, 4.9% of them are people from Bangladesh, though they are residing in Singapore. 2.7% of them are Indian. So this is the way this dashboard has presented it for us, making it easier to visualize and understand, and even gain more useful insight from the data. We also see the dashboard presenting the data in terms of age and gender distribution. If you look at it, we see the age distribution. Close look at it, we see that it seems this COVID, it's mostly people who fall between the range of 31 to 40 seems to be mostly affected from what we see here in this particular country. And then we see that it seems the COVID is even more harsh on the male, because we see a higher number of male compared to the number of female who have contacted the infection. So this is a very good dashboard, making it possible for us to be able to visualize and understand the data. Again, while we visualize and model COVID-19 data, Amanda Makulek have also called out for responsible visualization of this data. Like this is an excerpt I got from Kenneth Field's article, which he wrote on mapping coronavirus responsibly. Now, if we look at the data, both the data on the left and that on the right, we see they are actually saying the same thing. But the one on the left, we see it marked in red. Coronavirus in China, 24th February 2020, it's marked in red. You see, red is a very emotive color. It has meaning. It's often used to connote danger or even death. So when we are modeling and mapping coronavirus, we are mapping human health tragedy that is likely to get way worse before it subsides. So it won't be proper to use a bright red screening color for such mapping, so as not to instill more fear in the mind of the people. A cool color like this, cool, calm color to map this is better. And then, so we see, while we map a model too, we are also conscious of doing so responsibly. Again, artificial intelligence has played very vital role in diagnosing and prognosis of infectious diseases. Experts who have reviewed AI applications against COVID-19 have showed that AI can be as accurate as human. Artificial intelligence can also perform diagnosis faster and cheaper than with the standard COVID-19 test. Again, artificial intelligence can offer image-based medical diagnosis using both X-ray and computed tomography. Researchers in the University of Delft is a Dutch university in Netherlands, researchers there have developed an AI-based diagnostic model, which is called CAT for COVID. And this model is able to diagnose COVID-19 on chest X-ray images. Initially, this particular model, this AI-based model, CAT for COVID, was initially developed for diagnosing tuberculosis. It was then called CAT for TB. But since the emergence of COVID-19 data, COVID-19 data have been used to retrain this model, and this model is now being used for diagnosing COVID-19, and it's doing that accurately. Again, researchers have developed another model called the COVIDNet. COVIDNet is a deep convolutional neural network-based model that is able to diagnose COVID-19 on X-ray images too. Also, we have researchers who are working in the Renmin University of Wuhan. These researchers have been able to develop AI-based model that can diagnose COVID-19 from CT scan. So these are some of the groundbreaking research coming forth from the field of artificial intelligence in the fight against the current pandemic. But one question that readily comes in when somebody has been diagnosed with COVID-19 is how intensely that person will be affected, how intensely that patient will be affected. So if we are able to determine how severe or how intense a person will be affected by COVID-19, then it will be easier to target more help to that person so as to save his life. So artificial intelligence is able to provide this kind of prognosis. For instance, researchers at the University of Hangzhou in China have used machine learning. Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence anyway. They have used machine learning to develop a prognostic prediction algorithm that is able to predict the likelihood of someone surviving COVID-19 infection. Again, in a joint effort, researchers from Wenzhou and New York have developed an AI-based model that can track with high accuracy which person infected with COVID-19 will develop the acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS. But one problem I see with this particular model is the model has been trained on a very small sample size. Just 53 patients from 2 Chinese hospitals were used in training this model. So this model may not really generalize properly in new data points. But we see the potential has a very high accuracy of spotting who is likely to develop ARDS when diagnosed with COVID-19. Again, in treating COVID-19, artificial intelligence has also played some vital roles. Even before the current pandemic, even before the outbreak of COVID-19, AI was lauded for its potential in contributing to new drug discoveries. Artificial intelligence can accelerate both the process of discovering new drugs as well as repurposing existing drugs. For instance, DeepMind is actually a company that came forth from Google. As we call it the baby of Google. Anyway, they are mostly focused in artificial intelligence research, particularly in healthcare. So researchers working in DeepMind were able to predict the structure of the protein of the coronavirus using artificial intelligence. And this particular information played a very vital role in discovering the vaccine for COVID. So we see this groundbreaking research coming forth from the field of artificial intelligence in the fight against the current pandemic. AI and the future. Post-pandemic, what happens? Of course, AI would definitely change most things for us. We have seen a lot of things now changing. Now, okay, for instance, now I'm in my home, working from home since the second wave. Many things will change anyway. After the pandemic, people may not even fancy the physical office space anymore. They may prefer working from home. AI will definitely change a lot for us. We are beginning to see automations in many industries, but definitely AI will take up many jobs, including especially most dangerous jobs like firefighting, mining, deep sea oil drilling, and some other dangerous jobs like that. AI will be able to take over that. Of course, AI will also create new job opportunities because talent will be needed to develop software which is able to power this AI. Talent will be needed to build some of these robots. So definitely, artificial intelligence is going to open a lot of doors for the next generation. So thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. And please, let's keep this conversation going. You can hook up with me on LinkedIn through the address displayed on the screen. You can as well follow me on Twitter. Thank you for your attention.
Institution. One of us is a lecturer, currently a doctoral researcher, and proudly she has been doing well because I know she said she has been given a as one of the common researchers by one of the institutions over there. She has taken us through to her topic, and from my understanding, AI, artificial intelligence, has a great role, already played a great role in everything concerning the control, the diagnosis, and any other activities related to COVID-19. And in the very near future, if the time is not wrong, AI will take, she said, almost all the dangerous job activities that human beings is doing. And if we may really see, if AI is deployed based on the various models instead of all the research, the healthcare sector will, in future, be having the next priorities in terms of diagnosis, any other related issue, prognosis. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once more. I'm sure that through the chapter of the leadership, our comments will get to her, questions will get to her, she will respond accordingly. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go once more, and since I have it on very good authoritative information Dr. Ikechukwu Ukwe is to make his presentation. But before that, my colleague who is assisting me will give us a brief rendition of his citation. So join me to invite to the podium Dr. Ikechukwu Ukwe by the citation that takes over from him. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Ikechukwu Ukwe makes his way to the podium for the citation to daily, and then he will start with his citation. Somebody very big, and I mean big, white, and he's white too. He's singing, and we have seen him. So we want to bring him to the public space for people to know that he's here. Welcome, our own very special corporate, Mr. Anderson SDB, National President, Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics in Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols being observed, it is my honor to read the citation for this honorable gentleman standing here. Sir Dr. Ukwe is a fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, a graduate from the College of Medicine, University of Calabar. He holds a master's degree in business administration from Business Enugu. A certificate in logistics and supply chain management from the prestigious Lagos Business School. A certificate in leadership and management in health from the University of Washington, USA. A certificate in people management from Harvard Institute of Personnel and Development, London. And only recently, distinguished honorary fellowship from the Federal Polytechnic, Nigeria. I expect to have a round of applause. We are talking about someone who has postgraduated from the field of medicine to business to management. Being a man of enthusiastic nature and putting his hard work, strength, and brilliant mind in action, he is the group managing director of GTO Kaskan Nigeria Limited, founded in 2005 with a vision to develop indigenous technologies to drive both the public and private sectors respectively. He is also the GM of Aruba Specialist Hospital, founded in 2015 with the mandate of providing excellent but yet affordable healthcare services to all that come in contact with the hospital. In 2019, he vetted another company, RadBizS, with focus in providing medical equipment in public hospitals. He has extensive experience in unusual and innovative creation and financing, management of human and technological resources, and management and distribution of goods and services. His recent activities include the provision of the first and only private intensive care unit for adults and infants, the first and only private dialysis machine for both reactive and normal patients, the first and only viral D10 analyzer for the quantification of herpes for sickle cell patients, all in Aruba Specialist Hospital, Calabar. The ICT company has developed fully customized software for educational portal, campus-wide Wi-Fi, and fiber connections, hospital management, electronic patient records, the management of state health insurance schemes, pension management software, including hotel, CCTVs, and other retail enterprise portals. I expect hand about us. This is the medical doctor we are talking about, doing well in the field of IT. Sir Dr. Okwe has donated freely a fully equipped computer-based test center with 540 computers and accessories to Federal Polytechnic Nekede, and a complete radio station to Yaba College of Technology, Lagos, in 2020 as part of execution in developing the education sector. As you can see, this is a digitalized Nigeria. Sir Dr. Ukwe is a honorable president of a wonderful list of unending achievements and awards, which speaks volume of his character, hard work, and determination. He has a lot of scientific publications in both local and international journals, and has made several presentations in various academic gatherings. He is a purpose-driven public health institution, health system specialist, and IT consultant, whose drive towards universal health coverage is anchored on financial risk protection for all Nigerians through a prepayment mechanism anchored on robust software. Sir Dr. Okwe is currently the president of the Diocesan Christian Men's Fellowship and a Knight of St. Christopher. Sir Dr. Okwe is happily married to Dr. Ofadile Ikechine Okwe, a consultant radiologist, and the marriage is blessed with 2 boys, Henry and George, and he has a favorite piece, a mind without limits. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, I present to you Sir Dr. Ikechukwu Henry Okwe.
I feel like she must stand up. Share screen. Share screen. We are not seeing it.
All right. Good afternoon, very senior colleagues, organizers of this conference. I want to start on already established. First, I want to thank the organizers of this conference for finding me worthy to present a second slot. Industrial and Applied Science International Conference, which was to hold in 2020, but because of the various lockdown and the disruption due to the COVID-19, it was moved to 2021. That's why it's still here in 2020 on the flyer, even as the passport for this conference. I'm delighted that I'm here today. And I will be challenging the minds of the attendees of this conference, including the organizers, on areas that are things that are close to my heart and things that I have seen work in various places which I desire them to work even here in Nigeria, using Federal Polytechnic as a springboard to so many other things that we intend to do. The first presenter has also talked about research using artificial intelligence during this COVID period, and have also challenged us what people have called us post-COVID era. Mine will be to look at the innovation, which I believe they are key to sustainable healthcare and educational system, during this COVID period, and we will also be able to develop the opportunity post-COVID era. I'm glad that I'm able to
Is it connected?
Let me also change that. Next one.
All right, so I want to go to slide 2. You need to control for this one. So the slide 2 shows the flyer for this conference, and I'm grateful and glad that I'm able to stand on the list of the giants to participate in this conference. As a way of introduction, the
Yes, you come and then control it.
all right, so all right, as a way of introduction, like I said, innovation is the key. Sustainable development in the educational sector and even in the health sector. Good enough, I have participated in both sectors, so I can be able to have an authority to say the things that I will say, because I have also used some of the technologies that I will be discussing here this afternoon, and the result that we have gotten from using those technologies both in the health sector and in the academic sector. Now, every door that has a law that must be a key that opens that door. And for me, and for everybody that we have participated together in innovative ideas, the key is to unlock that door. You will agree with me that irrespective of how a door lock is, once you put the right key, that door must open. So I will look at 3 major things as I discuss and go along this line. One is that why we innovate. The second one is what is our current state and where do we want to be. Why do we need to innovate? First, I look at is that it's a command. Everyone in the Bible, you understand with me that the parable of the talent talk about when Jesus was talking about the parable of the talent. He mentioned that the person was given 5 talents, second one was given 2, the third one was given 1, based on their capacity. And when the master came back, what did he demand from them? He demanded from them what they have done with the talent they were given. And the Bible recorded that the one that got 5 doubled the 5, the one that got 2 doubled 2, and the one that got 1 did not use it for anything. And the Bible says what? The master took it from the one that didn't do anything and gave to the one that have doubled his own. So it's a command. It's something that we must do, especially for us that are in the academic sector. There is no way you will be teaching at this level without utilizing what you have to double what you got when you enter the academy. So it's something that's a command that we must do, even as we progress along the line of teaching. The second, that is a continuous improvement. When we came on board to discuss the issues of the ERP and all that we did for the polytechnic, we demanded that the people should be able to improve on themselves, to be able to compete globally. So it's something that we must continuously improve what you do. The third is to reinforce your brand. You are a staff of Federal Executive and all of the places where you are working. And if you are innovating good ideas, innovating good products, it will reinforce that brand. When Federal Executive mentioned that they have produced the best hand sanitizer, it is the brand of the school that will be mentioned, and your name will be mentioned as part of that brand. So it's something that has to reinforce the brand and the unique selling point. If indeed Federal Executive mentioned as the institution that has developed every other thing that has come in the COVID era, you will be excited at the back of that team.
So it will be a selling point, it will be a selling point. You begin to innovate things that are used in the educational sector of the world. This is also the sustainable economic growth. You will believe with me that your innovation that you do will attract economic importance to you and to the school. If this school today develop ideas, develop things that will help in the fight of this COVID pandemic, you will believe with me that the money that will come will also be to the growth of the polytechnic, including those who are part of that research team. It also attracts the best. At any point in time, when you are discussing things at that level, it will help you attract the best. What is innovation? It means using new technologies and using new ways of thinking to add value to existing idea or product to make sustainable change in the society. If you forget anything from this conference, you do not forget that innovation is the cornerstone of sustained economic growth and prosperity. I've mentioned this before that what we innovate in this polytechnic for the good of this people will also help us to sustain our economic growth and even the prosperity of the polytechnic. COVID-19 pandemic, I want us to dwell so much in discussing the pandemic. Several speakers in this conference have talked so much about the pandemic and all that has happened and what has also happened. But what is wrong with the system currently? Now look at this picture on the slide. COVID-19, if not for anything, have exposed the weak health system that we have in this country. Can you imagine the scenario where these samples are being collected by citizens of this country? In the state where I live, in the capital of that state, we have an isolation center that has only 5 rooms. And you can imagine 5 rooms, all the teeming citizens in that state. How do we manage our patients in such a tiny environment that only can take 5%? So it exposes the weak system in the health sector. It also exposes the weak system we have in the education sector. But imagine before now, these are how people are happy and we are able to have comfortable living in such discomfort. Technological innovations are having a significant impact on the educational system at all levels, from primary school, from secondary school, to tertiary. Everybody can adopt something to use for learning, for online courses, for teaching aids, educational software, social networking tools, and all other emerging technologies are disrupting the traditional classroom environment. These innovations are giving classrooms a new meaning and have changed the way in which lessons are done. The first lecture we have talked about artificial intelligence and machine learning. Today, every software that has been developed in the educational sector to help in both key activities like creating of subject, online result publishing, all that has been done and has been deployed in the areas that is studies, both in academia and every other school, talks about using artificial intelligence to deploy learning so that people can learn remotely. People do not need to crowd again in classrooms that we saw before, and unfortunately, we do not have the infrastructure to be able to keep our students in one place. that will benefit from it. Now, this is the student and acquire the different part. Once you get this, you have the safety of being in a classroom watching your teacher deliver a lecture. Google is trying to ensure that they produce something that will be far cheaper than what it is right now. Since it's 2025, that's where they have gone. But they have deployed this in 2016 again. But now they want to utilize it in the educational sector. So students can learn interacting with the 3D world. Like I said, Google has been on the forefront of introducing things like schools through this technology. So it's sure that the key whenever Google tries to launch. And then I move into the health sector. The four items that are listed in the educational sector are things that I desire that we are going to drive, we are going to pursue. There is no reason why any lecturer in the institution can still be working on the manual basis. Everybody should be able to see it in the platform, deliver these lectures, even this during COVID. Even when COVID is over, this will be sustained, even to drive post-COVID. In medicine, we have also discovered a lot of innovative factors that will change the face of how the health sector has been before now. Like I showed you in the previous pictures, the health sector has been one of the weakest part in the health system that has been able to human being. But I believe that people that even the health sector and its development, they will also be able to enjoy innovation and change face on the health sector. One is looking at the health sector, looking at the telemedicine, sensors and wearable technologies, diagnostics and ICT. Robotics, she also mentioned robotics in the morning, have also in data collection. Robots are also being used in software development. So you can see that a lot of things that people are beginning to think that we go beyond normal. Everybody coming to be in hospitals and the doctor sees you, take your blood pressure, and now robots do some of those things, and the human beings just sit behind the scene that the boss will do those items. One is we talk about hospital management application. I remember we were discussing with somebody in the medical center, and I heard them say that this cannot work in our environment. And I asked the question that you are in an academic environment. Never say that an item cannot work. Rather, ask, let's take it to trial. If it doesn't work, then we cannot begin to fine-tune how we can make it work better. But saying that it will not work is something that is not to be heard in an institution also like this. So one of the things that we should be looking at is the hospital management application. Yeah. Now for this is a lifelong and assured way of patient documentation. These days, we are trying to reduce patient clustering in hospitals just to see a doctor. And we said about a software that enables you, even in your home, to key in your data and request an appointment with your doctor. And they give you a time to come. I know that we are still trying to adapt this to our environment. People are not used to trying to book an appointment before going to hospital. They want to go there, sit down and see a doctor. But we have developed software where we enable patients who are not on emergency list to take your time in your home, book an appointment, and the doctor replies, give you a time, and you walk in and see your doctor without having to. Features of a good health management system is user-friendly. Like I told them in the medical center when we had a meeting, I think it's user-friendly. Never be afraid when someone mentions, I want to deploy software in your workplace. Rather, the question you should be asking, are you going to train me to use this? And have an open mind. And once you are trained, you discover that it is user-friendly because you must have a unique ID and you must generate a report and it's also accountable and it's flexible. We build these softwares and adapt it to the way we work. So it's not something that you should be afraid of using. The benefits are enormous. Look at all the benefits we talked about with a short proper record keeping, increased productivity of staff, and reduced stress for doctors. It's an online access to quick solutions to doctors' questions. You can ask the question to the doctor, send your question and get an answer. It's a perfect data record, accountability, and report. You also to boost the income of the medical center. Telemedicine is also something that has been here, but we have not utilized telemedicine properly in our environment. But now, most hospitals, for now, it is working in private hospitals. We are still trying to find a way to see how it will work in public hospitals. Because of the bureaucracy of the public hospitals and government interferences in all those hospitals. But in most private hospitals, telemedicine is already working. Sit down in the comfort of the house and consult your doctor. And it tells you what to do, when to take your drugs, when to take your test, where to take your test. You just drive in, have your samples collected, pick up your drugs, and you go home. It reduces your exposure in the health facility. Also reduce your contact even with people that suspected have this COVID. So if you utilize the telemedicine, it will also help us bring it together. And even during post-COVID, people will benefit from using the telemedicine. So the doctors are rejecting where they are. There is nothing like, oh, I cannot reach my doctor again. You can reach your doctor through telemedicine when you prepare where you live. Benefits are also enormous. It's fast and reliable, no waiting time. It's also easy to use, maximum privacy. We have utilized this in our facility for patients that will have high-class patients who are also having some ailments that they don't want people to know about. They are comfortable trying to consult with you over the telemedicine, over the system, and you talk to them, have whatever that is a problem, and you solve their needs without them coming to that because to keep. Sensors are wearable. We have a particular sensor that we have also encouraged our clients to wear. What the person is wearing has been connected to the system. Now, what that does is that it enables you to monitor the heart rate and the ECG of your client, and it's connected to a system for the doctor. Now, if I am presenting as I'm presenting now, I'm wearing my sensors in my hand, and for whatever reason, my heart rate starts racing like horse, and I'm about to laugh. I get the signal from the doctor, who is doing the system. For now, it's not working well in this country because we don't have enough doctors coming to sit down and watching all the clients of the system. But where it is working, as soon as there is a trigger, you trigger the system of the doctor, who quickly sends a signal to the patient that you have reached your limit. It's now time to either stop or time for us to pick you up and go to the hospital. So the wearables are there, sensors. But unfortunately, we are believing that these technologies will get to this part of the world and we shall begin to use them. It's already moved elsewhere in the countries, but with our belief that this thing one day will get worse. Diagnostic machines too are things that are we're using. It has also provided cutting-edge imaging and results for medical reform. In this state now, I am sure centers where people have MRI, CT, even they have a CR, they're able to do high-class surgery and investigations on patients. So even through this COVID period, we have items that you can use. One of the things that also this COVID exposed for us in the health sector is the unavailability of ventilators. Remember that it was everywhere in the news, they're looking for where to buy ventilators, they couldn't find. So the thing, it also is good that we don't have now. Luckily again, we are stocking those ventilators in most hospitals so that at any point, the patient requires to have a need to use oxygen. We should be able to have something to provide. In the news about on Monday, this Wednesday, on Monday, there was something that was in the news that talked about the federal government deploying over 6 billion to build oxygen plants. And people are counted that because they know that if you have 6 billion and share it across many states. They will build enough oxygen plant that will provide oxygen to most hospitals in various states. But that is what we want to use to do, just in one of those states. And people started shouting that the money is outrageous. Rather, it should be used across so many other states. Or even the policy insists to do that we know that we have oxygen plants, big oxygen plants in all those places to be able to deliver oxygen. So that's one of the major things that are required in treatment of this COVID. Next is robots. Talked about robots and how they have been used to deploy in the health sector during this COVID. Most of the airport I went to on Saturday, both the person taking the temperature is a robot placed on the wall. The machine that the navigator has crossed over is not available by only one being in the air. And then you come in, the machine takes your temperature and tells you you are going to go. Or it says data, chief, without anyone looking. So the robots are working. And we must begin to apply these machines to replace human activities and assist medical personnel. We don't even have enough medical personnel. So if we can begin to deploy this robot in our health sector, institutions, places where people come in contact with people in different areas, this robot should be able to help us in this complete field. Number 6 is easy data management. She also talked about data management robots when she discussed that. So we have so many tools for collecting data in this area. Collecting CRM, EHR, chatbot, chat Google Forms. Because of time, I really rush towards the other ones because it's something that somebody has created this. So data collecting tools is the customer data management system, EHR, the Google Forms. These are all software embedded that you can use to pick up your data without having contact with humans. Data collecting tools. We have also developed this item to ensure that lecturers in institutions put your data, put your research work to this software so that you don't get embarrassed by publishing an article that have been plagiarized. So we need to see, and also on the school portal, that once you have research articles and feel able to publish, it's good normally to run it through that measure to ensure that you are not plagiarized. 7 is the picture archiving and communication system. This also is working actively well in the health sector. It's deployed in hospitals to reduce people having contact with doctors and patients. Now, when you have your things taken, somebody somewhere will report that thing and send the soft copy to you. So you don't have no longer contact the doctors and the people's imaging or you are doing your report. How do you adapt technology in healthcare, also in academic environment, observe? For every reason, for everything that you must do to increase your capacity, even as a lecturer, you must observe. What are they doing elsewhere that I'm not doing? What can I do to get better? You must learn. There is no full stop, there is no ending to learn. As long as we are in the academic environment, learning is continuous. Learning is something that we must do. Learning is something that must open your mind to change and learn how to use technology. You must attend training. Here discussing with this conference, so many training set up in places, you must attend those training. And when you attend those training, you must be consistent using the things that you have learned about. Consistency is the key to mastering whatever that you have been taught, both as a lecturer, even in the medical sector. Teach others, transfer knowledge. Don't die with the knowledge that you acquire. If you have the knowledge, please share with others, teach others. Let that knowledge not die with you. I believe that you will be proud of people that you have taught who are benefiting from more than you have been. Don't fight change. Always find out new ways to render healthcare. Find out new ways to teach. Find out open to new ideas. Ideas shared makes the money go around. Be the agent of technology applications, both healthcare and educational system. A way of appreciation, I want to thank God Almighty for this privilege to have traveled all the way to get to federal public. And I must also thank this guy Rector, for proving to making me a distinguished fellow of this great institution. I must also thank the head of ICT, whom we have worked together in delivering this item. I also want to thank every lecturer, every staff of Federal Polytechnic Academy. We have worked together in various ways to ensuring that we develop and deploy ICT in ways of driving the academic sector, even here in the school. I will not also forget by thanking my wife and all the professors, Dr. Masoto, who also was there right from the time we came into this institution to develop our software. And we have worked all through that year. And up to now, we are still working. Finally, I want to appreciate the team, members of the NOC, who also invited me to do this presentation to them, especially Dr. Richard, who have not allowed me to rest, who have sent me messages that you must be in the way to present this physically. See you in the way. Don't do Zoom for Calabar. Come to the way. She gave me all the trouble and I will help you. Thank you very much. God bless you for listening.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he deserves more of what I just said. And I can see that the Prof himself, Dr. Basilko, is giving him a standing ovation to welcome him. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can agree with me that my prediction came true because I did say he would trail us. That means by implication, I am a prophet, and my prophecy has come to reality. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Ikechukwu Henry. We always use the word that most Federal Polytechnic naked because we have adopted you. Thank you very much. You see, Doc did say that he has been a major player in the education and health sector, and the blend is what he wants to give us. And then talking about innovation, this area, the area of health and the area of education. And you will agree with me, transverse all that we need to know, and he did give us the best from all this. The innovations, the deployments, the advantages, merits we can get, although Dr. Quinn did tell us, don't be afraid of any technological innovation or change being deployed. Embrace them and welcome them. You will always get the advantage. And I want to remind us of what he said. Never forget. Look, you said innovations are the key factors to economic growth and sustenance. Once more, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Thank you for doing it yourself and being physically present to do it. At the appropriate time, comments will be made, questions will be asked, and then you will give us more explanation and then responses to the comments and questions that will be put to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to inform us that the technical section will commence after our lunch break. At the appropriate time, I'll list out the sections that will take place. There are 4 rooms and the allocations have been made. But let us at this point in time briefly take the presentation that will be made by our own Dean, the Dean School of Industrial and Applied Sciences. Is the Dean ready? Our Dean, School of Industrial and Applied Sciences, Federal Polytechnic in Nekede. Mr. Ori Basi will do his presentation. Who has the pointer, please?
Have you seen the attached to the point attached to the point?
That MQ something. You just open it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me now hand over to Mr. Oriabasi, Dean, School of Industrial and Applied Sciences, Federal Polytechnic. Please make it welcome.
Thank you very much. Well, the paper we have done, we are considering the pandemic. So that is why we try to relate mathematics to MRI. MRI is a medical diagnosis that is used to diagnose patients. So the topic is models of Q matrix in magnetic resonance imaging. The abstract. We are looking at quantum mechanics as applied in magnetic resonance imaging due to the spin and orbital angular momentum of solar atomic particles of magnetized hydrogen atoms through the motions of the protons. The orbital angular momentum translates to the Hamiltonian, which defines a Schrodinger equation in spherical coordinates. There are methods of solving the problem with the separation of variables that will seek the wave function of the homogeneous form of that Schrodinger equation. We seek to find the radial, the polar, and the azimuthal parts of the equation to enable us to obtain the spherical harmonics and the radial wave functions that image any health issues. Well, a lot of literature has been done on this because of time. The objective, like I said, is to find the radial, the polar, and the azimuthal parts of equations to enable us to obtain the spherical harmonics and the radial wave functions that image health issues. The method of separation of variables was used to seek for the solution of the wave function from the homogeneous form of that Schrodinger equation. Now, if you equation 1 is just a simple energy equation we have. It's a Hamiltonian equation. If you see the first, this first one, I'm controlling it here. This one is, you know, we have to look at this is a dynamic. Transfer part. And this is a potential. That one. Now, when we look at the look at this video, we find that this is spherical coordinates, three-dimensional. That is how, because we are dealing with a magnetic field, and then this magnetic field brings us into what we look at as circular spherical motion. That is what brought us into this having this three-dimensional figure.
Should I next it? Should I next it?
Next slide. Okay. Now, from that figure, we resolve the x-axis, the y-axis, and z-axis in that. And then the partial derivative of that function is what we can see. That this one is just a rough work trying to explain how we got the transfer phi. So we have partial in the x. That's how to do just one use of change to the next one. Now, when we have the second equation, that second equation is the second partial derivative. Of course, we know why we are getting that because we are looking at differentiating. We are looking at differentiating partially because the first term I showed here was a dynamic. It's a dynamic form. Dynamic form. You know, normally we know our total energy. We say kinetic plus the potential. But that first one is what is like what we are seeing here at transfer phi is like our kinetic energy. So when we now substitute in equation 3, equation 2 leads to equation 3, simplify a little bit, and then we now introduce what we have in equation 3 into equation 1 to give us equation 4. If you look at that equation 4, we have now put in place the potential, and then the equation there of the total energy, that is the kinetic and the potential give us total energy. Here, our M is the mass of the particle, R is the range. Now, we said by separation of the variables, we try to separate the variable. Use whenever we see that function R theta of phi, we substitute it with R of R and theta of theta phi. So we now substitute it and then multiply by theta R inverse, R squared. Equation 6 has given us a separated equation. Please, next slide. Now, the equation 7, you can see we use the equation tau is equal to that. That was the first time from that equation. Now, equation 8 is the remaining other part. We define that one as minus tau. I'll explain all those ones. Now, at that tau, what's that tau? That tau is like an eigenvalue which is equal to d and p to d. That is from the general theory of angular momentum that they are arguing before A plus 1. And when we are looking at C and B plus 1 as the up and down charges, normally in the you see the actual thing that I was supposed to have really told us about the thing that is involved. When you are looking at the proton, they are charges up and down charges. So, okay. Now, if we further separate what we have in equation A by using theta, because you see in the first term of equation A, we have theta phi. So we have to separate it, and then if we do that separation properly, we arrive at equation B. Include the rest. Okay. Now, you see. Go back to that last. Go back to that. Okay. If you watch equation 7 and equation 8, now if we add equation 7 and 8, they'll give us a homogeneous equation. Equation will be so, well, now, look at equation 10 now. Let's say, go back to that. Now, if you see from equation 10, if you just we have to be able to multiply all 2 by sin squared theta. And if you multiply all 2 by sin squared theta, that's what we're going to get. Okay. Now we have taken the tau because we have multiplied our tau by sin squared theta. So we take it to the other side and we equate them to this way. By the other remaining part of the equation, okay, that is what we call the azimuthal equation. That of equation 12. Now all the minus k squared. The situation is such that when we have k squared minus k squared, we still have an homogeneous equation. Okay. Now that's what I explained here. The addition of equation 11
you my WhatsApp.
is the homogeneous equation, just as the same as equation 6. Okay, so we can easily see that the homogeneous equation comprises of 3 distinct parts. That's maybe we're looking at. Like we have polar. And you can ask, what's asymmetric? Asymmetric is just like you want to find the just like that from the north or from the south. Take any angular measurement. You now take the latitude, the horizontal point where the angle will meet that horizontal. That's the asymmetric.
Allow me
You see now that how already identified is the right. How we have all these which is 11 is our what? It's our equal. And then this equation to allow we have to find the solution. Without the wasting time, we have to see that we have that the solution to equation 13, which is divided, is given by that solution as equation 16, where zero and 6 are constant. And G, of course, we have find D. Equation 16, we have solution for this part. Now, are you good? Yeah, you can also see that the different equation find that. I'm going to tell us all of these things. What does this? What does what happen? Where does it end? Okay. So that equation 18 defines the solution for the asymptotal equation. Our major problem is to find that of the polar. That's what we need to do. Because all of them will be combined to get us spherical harmonics. So now we resolve the polar equation 11. That goes some kind of transformation of the function and change of variable. That transforming was equal to x, and then our sine change transforming to y. And of course, our case, that case, our kind of space squared is 0. So you see equation 19. We have not done much about it, except that we have tried to do the simple calculus of trying to derive it. Equation 19. Equation 20 is still a simplification of equation 19. Even this equation 21. Okay. Now, but next slide, please. So 27. Equation. This solution is equation 28. So if you see now, the polar solution, the polar that equation actually is 9. All of this, if you go back to the equation, you see that we have defined already what P is. Upper and large equation. Okay. What our end is the normal electron factor. And that is determined by what we have the square root of 2d plus 1. That's what we have. 98. This is not normalization is 2. If we now look at that, that's why I say to empower that we have there, you know, to be equal to one. Now, but our major
I know you're a vegetarian.
Now we are going back to
Draw your thing. Yeah. Your daughter.
do our preparation of variables again. Affecting the one that is radial, the one that has to do with angular, and then so that it will help us to get the solution. Now, if you look at you said the other one is tau, the other one is minus tau. That tau is equation 35. We have completed that tau as our g to b plus 1. Because this is the other is an opposite side. The Chinese side is opposite. One is minus and the other is the plus. Because we have looked at the radial part as the one of g to b plus 1, and the one that has to do with the other form as g to b plus 1. Okay. So, well, some other kind of transformation is also done, and at the end of the day, we'll get to that equation 4 to 1. Okay. Now, I'm more interested now. Let's go to let's just go to that equation 44. That equation 44, actually, so we can use by serious simulation, we can do anything we can get out from simulation, or in fact, we look at this by using portraits, or we have graphs. You will see what we can get or what we have done. Because one time we're talking about if you take it a graph form, if we I will make this one. So you will see what it does is to bring you the shapes, particularly the conditions of any health challenge. That is what is, that's just what that we are talking about. That's one. Okay, let's just go to the conclusion. Now, what we are saying now that the hydrogen atom, which is the most affected in the due to electrical structure, abundance as well as high protein in that nucleus consists of fat. This up and down fat leads to the protein. That's what we want to demonstrate that we need to look at the tau as the charge d to d plus 1. In the main work between d is equal to j minus 1 over 2, d plus 1 to j plus 1 over 2. Okay. Wow. We are been able to find the radial as we implement the normalization part. With this work, you see, we're just thinking about how we can relate this work medically. And I tell you, the work is difficult. But I will, next time this work, we'll try to put the progress so that you see, we take some simple examples where you see live examples of how this is going to work. But we must have to work in collaboration with somebody who is a single aspect. Yes. Because we can't do what we don't know. We must ask questions. Okay. So that's why we say we suggest the clinical expertise to physically embark on this research as well as recommend for more research in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Awadi. Please let's once more appreciate the Dean of Medicine and Sciences. I believe we will all agree this is a highly technical work. And like you suggested to us before, it requires technical excellence, joy, and then in some other areas, research. Mind you, you deserve a bitter congratulations. I'm sure Dr. Masilko
Okay, we are two now.
you fast. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, within this short period, we've had very good and very well. Before we proceed to the lunch break, I want to welcome comments, questions for us to make it more interactive. So far. If you have any comments to make, please indicate. When you raise up the finger file, the whole hand as well, I will see it. And if you have a question, direct to any of the presenters of the charts, mention it. And your questions will be taken, answers will be provided. So the time we have has started on. Yes, please give the microphone the second one to Dr. Masilko.
It's okay. Give it.
Thank you very much, Yakoma. Well, I'm standing on the established protocol. I want to comment the two speakers. Like the Yakoma said, they have thrilled us. Very interesting lectures. So happy that I didn't ask myself for this today. Because my knowledge would have short of what I'm going to do. I have some few comments and one or two questions. Let me begin with the last. When the lecturer was giving the lecture, I cast my eyes, the audience, and my impression was that he was talking over the heads of the audience. So I was wondering whether this paper should have better come and typical section, because it's actually like the man says, it's a typical paper, and only those that discipline would begin to understand. In fact, most of us, including myself, started very esoteric. And I must say, if it didn't mesmerize anybody, it mesmerized me. Okay. And I don't see how I can question is something I don't understand. So there is no answer for which I can even ask the question. First place. But I'd like to comment there that what he said he should have done, he should have done it as part of the correction of the. He should have gotten a clinical medical doctor, medical reflector, so that they factor in that aspect he was telling us would have come in the form of portraits. And that would have made some meaning to what really has come. And yesterday we talked about multidisciplinary. We should have got this paper alone. If he knew that this paper has one or two of its tentacles, some other discipline, he should have brought those people into it. And I'm advising that in the future, if we have to present this paper somewhere, a similar paper, which has multiple tentacles, he should do those people who use the discipline tentacles. That will give some more meaning to it. And people will understand the paper. But I want to thank you, even from a layman's point of view. I must say, it's something very difficult. He said what is that. Thank you very much. Yes, my good friend. It's a good contact. Like you said, the romancing with the Kokokwe, right from one course period. Say. So I have two questions for you. Now, this digital thing, you know that you have there are two major perspectives now in medicine. This one, what the first one is the biomedical perspective, which has been the traditional perspective medicine. Then there's this sociological, social psychological perspective, which now is like a paradigm shift, trying to move medicine from purely seeing illness in biomedical terms to seeing illness also in sociological, especially public health. The dissemination and the spread of this what we call infectious disease. We all know it is by human interaction. So obviously, it has a social implication. Then, in your treatment, of course, we do know that in medical treatment, you also have some social psychological dimension. Sometimes the way the doctor talks to the patient, and the way he looks at the patient can give some relief. Now, if we now take this digitalization, are we eliminating this social psychological dimension? Where does it come into play in all this? That's what we start. Then the second one is in the educational sector. Yes, the educational sector. I think this was slightly, we debated this slightly at the end. Now, when we say we want to now use computer in market streets, I don't know whether the computer is aware that when a lecturer is market street, he's also doing mind reading. He's reading the mind of the students who answer that question. And that is why sometimes when a lecturer is marking, it may not be exactly the answer that he wants, but it's something close to the answer. He has read the mind of the student. And there's no way he will give that student zero. The computer is blind to this kind of situation, and certainly will give zero. Now, yeah, because it has no midway. It's either this or not that in the computer sense. So how do we consider this psychological dimension that comes into teaching, that comes into reading of questions, answers questions, and also in the market? How do we factor this in? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Basioko, for your comments and the questions. Dr. Boy, before you answer, I'll add just a very simple question. The key factor you mentioned, innovation and technology, deployment, and then economic growth. There has always been this key question, the problem of infrastructural development. How do we come to terms with reality in solving this problem? Thank you, sir.
This book fell out.
Any other questions, any comments before we have a microphone? Okay, please give Dr. Fuyi. Okay, there's one there. Somebody is raising his hand up. Sorry, sir, at your back, somebody's hand is up.
Good day, everyone. My name is Akwatorion, one of the science panel. During the course of presentation, made some observations. There are technical terms related to computer science. Number one, the plural of data is data. The singular form for data is data. So there's nothing like data. Secondly, saying software. There's nothing like software. The plural of software is software. So it's necessary we know these things. So cost of interacting ICT text and relate properly. Also, of course, information. That's a general one. I've had some people that saying information. Nothing like information. Plural of information. That's my observation. Then, lastly, I want to say that in computer science, mostly it is a supply and demand chain, not a demand supply chain. So, in other words, if we must achieve virtual classrooms and have a cloud, we must first of all supply those computer systems to the students. So it is when they have it on their hands, then they can have need for a wonderful software that you see on the screen in order to install them. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. Noted. That's why we are in this type of event and program. I'm glad you're from the computer science department. Recall too that Dr. Gwedi give you people a challenge, and you should ensure that every available technology and innovation required to make every one of us, especially this community, comfortable to embrace current developments, especially the challenge posed by COVID-19 in terms of not having a physical center for learning. Not am I right? And people should learn from remote areas, deploying technology, ICT matters. Not that challenge. Not from the church group and the church channel. I understand there's a voice. I don't know if you are listening. So answer as well. Thank you, sister.
No, I have a question.
Okay.
The question is already on the chat room, so you can answer from the chat room. Why didn't you go ahead?
Okay, he will see.
Thank you very much for the question. I want to start by addressing the two questions raised by Dr. Masoko. One is the socio-physiological, psychological dimension in medicine. How does the telemedicine, also solve this aspect? You will agree with me that in social interaction is a face-to-face interaction with your client. This morning, as I was coming, I was talking to a patient who came to the hospital and wanted to see me. And I said, I am not in town, but you can see the other doctor. The patient said, no, I will go and come back when you come back. Now, for me, I think that sickness is not much. So I said, okay, can I set up for a WhatsApp video so I can see you and then talk? So fantastic. So that's fine by him. I have data away. So I quickly switch over the call. I said, okay, let me call you on WhatsApp. So I did a WhatsApp call and we talked. And the problem worrying him was solved over that interaction, just on the phone. So in social psychological medicine, it's not only when you physically see the patient one-on-one. I have managed patients who have HIV/AIDS, and they are doing extremely well. But they do not want to come to the hospital. Rather, they want to discuss with you over the phone. So you do their drug prescription, you do their drug delivery over the phone, and they are doing extremely well. The day you ask that person to come to the hospital, he will fall sick. The day I am not in town, and I say, okay, go to the hospital and see them, they say, no, doctor, I won't come. And if you force him to go, he will not get the result. So in social psychological medicine, is beyond physical interaction. In fact, the phone has made it even more easier. Telemedicine has made it even more easier. When you see the patient face to face over telemedicine, it solves the same problem as in going to see that patient physically. So we have incorporated that aspect, and even in the biomedical, into it. So the technology has embraced those two aspects of medicine and deliver it to the patient remotely without them even leaving their house, and they are getting the same result. So we already have that incorporated into the technology. So it's something that is working very well, and it has worked. Now, the second question is about computer in grading. We have never, no matter how intelligent a computer is, it will be difficult for a computer to grade a written essay. It's difficult. Because if you want a computer to grade a written essay, it means that you must key in all the parameters. So that if that student doesn't follow those parameters, they are already failed. So a computer can only be used only to grade objectives. That's why in the CBT exams, it's only true or false or A, B, C, D, choose one. So it can never be used to grade. I remember it was an issue that was not properly disseminated among lecturers before the CBT exam. Because I remember that some of them were asking, how do we use computers to grade students in engineering, students in survey or SWG or something? I will say to them that it will never remove the aspect of reading. The reading must be handled by the lecturers. The only aspect the computer will handle is the aspect that has to do with objective. That is why they did 40% goes to objective, 60% still goes to written exam, because like in medicine, no matter what you write in medicine, you can never. I don't know why they did that. Even when now that I'm teaching students, I'm doing the same thing, and I know it's wrong. You can never score more than 60, 65, even if you write the whole textbook. So for you to have a distinction in medicine, you must have written two exam sheets that are finished. The lecturer will have read, get tired. I said, okay, let me give him 70. And that's the maximum you can give, 70. So psychologically, when you read the script of a medical student, the marks flows between 45, 55. So that even when the person fails, he still has 5 marks to remedy with objective. So what we do is that we call it close marking. For the fact that you have even written something in one page, you have doing whatever. Even if you are writing nonsense. I don't know whether it's done in that way in medicine, whatever you write, you are entitled to a score. Yes, you are entitled to a score. I don't know whether you do that as a lecturer in the technique. But I know that in medicine, no matter what you write, once you just write that first page, but if you copy the question back to me, you have a mark. For that effort, for copying my question back and writing it back. So that is where what he mentioned about psychology in trying to mark the screen. The third one has to do with inadequate infrastructure in innovating products, as per the NC. Unfortunately, no matter how you want to innovate ideas, you require infrastructures to deploy them. If I build all the software in this world and you don't have a computer to use it, it's a waste. So you need infrastructure to also utilize whatever innovations that we are bringing in the educational sector. So we encourage people to key in, to develop themselves and try to acquire technology. I remember when Chief Yostanik was here, he offered the polytechnic laptop for 60,000. Those laptops now, as of today, are worth 195,000. So you can imagine if you bought those laptops at that time for 60,000. Now they're talking about online lectures, you can call it a already have a laptop. But if you will buy it now, you will buy it at that amount. So infrastructure, at any point you are given a chance to acquire, please acquire it. because it's something that you need, something that is required for you to make progress in life. Finally, he asked about the supply of computers to end users. It is not the role of the rector or you as a lecturer to provide laptop to the students. It is not. Every student who have availed him or herself to go to school must also come with the tools to go to school. Even at the level of secondary school, parents that are here will agree with me that you have bought laptops for your child to do online lessons. So the same way, parents of students in Federal Polytechnic should be able to help their work to acquire a laptop. Even if it's not the brand new one, you can acquire the fairly used laptop. In fact, these days, there's no student. If there are over 20,000 students in Naked, at least 18, 17,000 has an Android phone that can be used to access your lectures. So you don't need to have even a big laptop to access lectures, even with your phone. As long as Android or iOS, you can also access lectures on the go. So it's not the role of the school to provide system, whether the lecturers or to the students. What the school owes you is to provide you internet access while on campus. Once you drive out of the campus, you provide internet for yourself. Once you are within the campus, it is your duty and right to demand from management to provide you with internet. But they will not provide internet outside the confines of the institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's once more appreciate him. Welcome, sir. You raised a critical issue, and I will ask a question that you give me answer later. The issue of conversation and interaction, suspicious of WhatsApp. How does it affect the ethics in medicine? Because most times we hear if the patient is not sick, the doctor will not be able to make diagnosis and prescriptions. I will see you later, sir. Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now at our lunch break. It will take us only 5 minutes, after which we start the technical sessions. On the Zoom platform, groups have been created. We have forums created and the description allocations as follows. Group 1, ICT, Library and Information Services. Group 2, Biological, Health and Pharmaceutical Sciences. Group 3, Physical Sciences, Technology and Engineering. Group 4, Statistics and Mathematics and Modeling. Economy, Commerce, Government Policy, and Administration are all joined in Group 4. Find where you belong, connect to the Zoom platform, and then you're good to go as we start the technical sessions in a few minutes' time. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Batala. I want to get an headset for you, sir. Okay. Boy, do you have an you get earpiece? Hmm? Are you okay? Look door. Mm. Sure. See, do you have earpiece? Earpiece. Earpiece. Let me give the professor. You can use my personal earpiece. That's the headset now. My earpiece in the room. You just need to be hearing it. My earpiece is in the room. Let me put sanitizer on it.
Room one. I'm in room one. Yeah, room one. But I didn't see you when I was inside. Okay, yeah, room one. You will see me now. Okay.
So this is a one band maker.
Hmm?
A one band maker.
Okay, that's your name.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Simons or Bombas.
You don't need it.
Yes, sir.
So that's your sister.
Yes.
I'm
a part-time lecturer.
Oh, that's very good. But it didn't take long.
I've been here for a long time. 2011.
Yeah, but they are moving. I'm sure that in the next 1 or 2 cases of the week. You actually have already.
Yes.
Okay.
Like 3 now.
Okay.
You get it.
No, okay.
What I do now. You can hear him, sir? Some problem. Some screen problem. Oh, some screen problem.
Okay.
Hello. The screen. They want the. I think the screen goes before. The one they put is not the original. Sometimes it just be functioning itself.
Good. That's good.
Not the original screen.
Sometimes it's just
the China screen. Sometimes it just operates itself.
Yes. No, I'll take it back to you.
Can hear him.
Yes, I can hear. So you also computer?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you.
if you want to talk to them while they are on, it's on mute. So if you're talking, they're hearing you.
Okay, if I thought they hear me.
Okay, sir. Whoa, the fan is stubborn. Now, you want to talk, Tavia.
Okay.
Why, if you want to continue seeing the screen, you go back to this place. Your microphone is unmuted. That means you can talk at any time.
Okay. What's for you?
As a result of that screen.
Yes, I just read that.
You just go there, drop it for him, and tell him change the screen. This is not what you do.
Can I just collect after?
Why will it qualify? This screen is not 5,000. Later, 3.5. Smartphone. It's not supposed to. Not supposed to. Any assistance, you call me, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, what?
Nemeka Agwamba.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No,
No sound yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear him?
Gone off again.
The sound?
I think the
The host muted everybody. So they were still on mute. The host
I think it's from
muted.
this thing.
He unmuted everybody so that nobody will be speaking while speaking. So let me go into the room and make the complaint known to them.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Ouch. Nobody they hear you. No. Nah, about Sefo.
This guy is actually.
So back to what I was saying, if you're in the office working over your system, you find out that once in a while, a colleague might come in and call you, maybe hello, Dr. Chidima, and you will look out from the screen and greet that colleague for some few minutes, and then that is similar to this number 2 tip we're giving you. That's the meaning of that. Take a 20-second break.
Breaking motor. You drop on my character bench.
Daddy, can you hear him? Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is it too far?
Is it group 2?
Yes, group 2. I think that should be the lady over there. Daddy, are you okay with it that way or this way?
No, I'm okay with it.
Okay, sir.
Info media ecosystem of the 21st century, of the 21st century technology marked by social media, the need for social media regulation in Nigeria. So the It's all about the.
I
It
don't know
is all
for
about
him.
right. So it is no news that we are facing unprecedented crisis of public understanding. And then we do.
God, we can yell him recharge card 1K. Send it to my phone. Okay, yeah, okay. You know what? Nancy, are you done?
Did anybody listen to this?
Yes.
Did they
Dr. Basoko was here. Yege Ugaga no smooth. Fata question yega award. Mommy, you on your own way technical. Get guy by your presentation needs. Then that system there is very cool. You may you just you stay there, they broadcast you to your own room. And then acquire your room now.
Exactly that time now.
The same time is room two. Joy, is that room two? That's room two. That's room two. Room one should be, I think room one is somewhere there. Then room three is at the library. Yes.
Just play all the guy just say.
Share. Well, that's why
What's all you
Ijabo then. We are here to discuss COVID-19 answers. na the brigade Ebola and Ebola one state command. Just like them laptop, I'm back in this room. If people are not observing COVID-19 protocol, your certificate will not be given to you. You observe it. My technical team, the Indians are seeing you. I'm whining myself. Only using that general. Yes, ma'am. I'm showing them that the room is empty. Quantity of the oil extracted, and also the quality of the oil. So the other one follow 9 to